Is that okay? Because when we start, we want to make sure. And Mr. Malani?
Yes, I can hear you perfectly, sir.
Okay. We're just waiting for Mr. Deen Dayal is there, I thought, or yeah. Hi, Ashutosh, how are you?
Good morning, I'm very well. How are you?
I'm good. We're just waiting for Mr. Sameer Goel. Jai Krishnan, can you check?
I'm checking, please.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Siddharth Malani. Sorry, I was not able to hear you before. Some issue. Now I can hear you.
Good to hear you, Siddharth. So the way we will do this, you've seen the flow. I'll kick it off and then have Ms. Dasari do a keynote, and then we will do the panel.
Sure. Hi, Darshan. Good to see you as well.
Nice seeing you, Dada.
I hope you all are staying safe and, fingers crossed, I guess, every day.
So I'm from Bangalore. Bangalore's having a deserted look at the moment.
We actually came to work only because of the connectivity issues sometimes at home. So wanted to do this session from office. So came to work. It's obviously very deserted office, but which is not necessarily a bad thing.
True.
So Jai Krishnan, you will tell me when we need to go live, right?
Yes, please. Just a minute. So I think Chairman will be joining in a minute, please.
Yeah, sure.
Mr. Jagdish Mitra, we can start now. Going live. The session is live now on CII.
And is Mr. Goel going to join?
He'll be joining, sir. We can start, please.
Okay. Okay, good morning. Good morning, everybody, for joining in this session. This is a very, very interesting and an engaging topic, and I hope you'll find the same. This is about volunteering and the relationship with volunteering and with the corporate and business world and the importance of it. As we all know, and I want to start with this quote from the father of our nation, that the best way to find yourself is to lose yourself in the service of others. And we all, I think, at the core of our heart, believe in this statement. It's just that I think now is the time to probably needed it more than ever before. And I think the last 18 months, a lot of us have done tremendous amount of work in this area. And I think if we can build on it, we have a great opportunity, especially the kind of situation that we have in our country. We can see a rapid progress. But I think just wanted to read out some data points for us that should probably be able to give us some direction in today's conversation. We have a absolutely astounding and an amazing panel in the discussion, and I'll introduce them as we go through. In 2019, India ranked 82nd amongst 128 countries in the world giving it. The average figures for India over the past decade showed that about 34% people helped a stranger. 24% donated money, 19% volunteered or donated their time. And as we all know, money is very, very critical. Obviously, donating time obviously stands higher because you're actually putting the effort in there. For example, Chartered 8 Foundation World Giving Index is one of the premier organizations for such reports. and have surveyed about 1.6 million individuals globally since 2009. All fieldwork has been conducted by premier market research firm like Gallup across a world poll. However, the pandemic has caused us change in our behavior pattern, and for the better, as I was mentioning in the beginning. In 2023, in 2021, India bagged the 14th spot and one of the fastest climbers on the World Giving Index. As per the report, about 61% more Indians have helped a stranger during the COVID-19 pandemic year in 2020. Traditional heavyweights are typically USA, UK, Canada, Ireland, Netherlands, have all seen significant decreases in their index scores. In their place, we have, are several countries new to the top 10, Nigeria, Ghana, Uganda, and Kosovo. And we have seen this silent but undeniable change. I want to highlight that undeniable part in front of our eyes. Right now in my organization in Tech Mahindra, we have sort of, not only called out a term called CSR, which we are all aware of, but we also called out a term called ISR, which is basically individual social responsibility. And we did a rural outreach program where we did 570 odd projects, supported 25 lakh beneficiaries and so forth, set up multiple oxygen plants with Mission Oxygen and Collaboration 50 plus, 20 life support, and so forth. Let me bring you to India at 75 Foundation. This is the discussion that we are having today. I'm part of that foundation as part of CII's initiative for India at 75, has been working on focused activities in this area, in sync with the Honorable Prime Minister's clarion call for celebrating Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, the pro bono volunteering, digital volunteer dashboard, functional literacy program, which I lead for the ACII, and a diaspora engagement. India at 75 is celebrating the 9th edition of the annual National Volunteering Week from the 18th of January onwards, and the National Youth Volunteering Summit that encompasses discussions on this. The movement being run since 2009 has been organized and in mobilizing volunteers mechanism and getting people together to be able to run this as bringing the highlight into the National Volunteering Week, which is January 18 to 24th every year. This is an online platform, the National Volunteering Grid, that connects volunteers across this. Today we are discussing the Telangana Volunteering Summit, and who better than inviting Ms. Harichandana Dasari. She is a 2010 batch IAS officer of the Telangana cadre. Ms. Dasari is known for her green revolution in Hyderabad. We have a very large setup in Tech Mahindra in Hyderabad, and I know very well of the work that she has done and initiated several plastic recycling initiatives and welfare programs. She has implemented numerous schemes during their various stints, such as pet parks, she toilets, she marts, feed the need, etc., that cities, so that the donors can place food inside from where the needy can pick it up, give and share. She has also been selected in the prestigious Prime Minister's Award for Innovations in 2020. So, Ms. Dasari, I'm going to call on you to be able to give the keynote. We are extremely glad and proud that you have joined us today. And then we will follow on to a very rich panel that we have. But I'm assuming that there will be a lot of participation, questions, and engagement from this absolutely critical initiative that corporate, business, and government are doing to be able to encourage volunteering in our country. Thank you, and welcome, Ms. Dasari.
Thank you, Jagdish ji, and all the panel, wonderful panel here today. It was a last-minute decision to join, but I'm so glad that I could join and be a part of this discussion today. So thank you for CII for inviting me out here. And it's very heartening to see that volunteerism and the spirit of volunteerism is being taken so seriously by all our industry colleagues out here. It's in fact, and I'm very happy to see the stats that you have said about how volunteerism and also personal philanthropy from the industry as well as the industry leaders has risen in India. And it's very very pertinent that, it is somewhere deep down in our cultural ethos itself, it is linked that we are a volunteering nation. We do it in different forms. We do it personally, we do it probably religiously, and also among our community. So these kind of leadership strengths have always been there in India. But it's only that we are seeing it through a global prism nowadays, and that is more visible and more forthcoming now. So I'm very happy to see this, and in fact, I've been from my tenure in GHMC to Narayanpet, where I'm collector right now. I have been seeing a lot of good work which has come out through volunteerism, or even through CSR and other interventions which many companies have taken up. So it's a very promising trend, and it just gives you that satisfaction. I just recall, and many people, in fact, when they talk to me, they say that nowadays it's more of collective individualism, I would say. Everybody individually also wants to contribute, which we can bring together as a collective, and encouraging public-private partnerships in this regard. We can definitely take this much ahead, and take it up further. In fact, it reminds me, when I was in college, I used to volunteer with a lot of NGOs, and that in fact helped me get a scholarship to the London School of Economics. So in fact, it's not for us, it's something out of the box now, but the West has always been seeing it, and we are just catching up in that framework. So it's a very heartening trend to see this. And also, I find volunteerism is not just for the sake of having a personal satisfaction. It is also a great management tool. In fact, I mean, I have been closely interacting with companies like Tech Mahindra and others who have been encouraging the spirit among their employees themselves, not just giving it through CSR. I've had a lot of employees come and volunteer their time for school children, to give English education, or to have. I've had a bunch of IT employees helping out in Narayanpet by teaching coding skills to the children out here. So these kind of efforts may look small in their own perspective, but when you look at a larger picture, and I can tell you, for 2,000 rural children from Narayanpet are trained in coding skills. I mean, this is something which is not possible even in the best schools in Hyderabad or something everywhere. So when you see it in a bigger, larger perspective, and you put all these small units together, it becomes a huge collective and a beautiful effort which comes out of it. So that having said that, and I like I said, my own learnings from volunteerism, because there may be a lot of youth out here who are watching this, and it's a great leadership tool. And if you see any of the best world leaders or corporate leaders or even social leaders, all of them have had this spirit of giving and volunteering, which it just I mean, the skills are very obvious. When you do this, you develop great interpersonal skills, you develop empathy, that is very important in our working scenario everywhere, and you develop great social skills, team building skills, and also skills of taking responsibility, of owning up, and of surviving putting others before you, and working for your team, and taking the collective goal forward. So these are things all of us need to reflect upon, and think about how to increase the space of and sphere of volunteering. Always from the government side, I would say that we have always been looking at it from a slightly narrower prism, and allowing others the volunteer efforts, because we've mostly been focused on NGOs and the social sector. But now my experience of working with industry and their volunteer efforts have been really amazing. I can say even in, I mean, the latest examples I can give is even in Narayanpet, we could build a 100-bedded hospital with volunteer efforts. We I've already mentioned the coding skills which the students have been taking up. Also, now we've started around 100 digital classrooms which volunteers come forward and give their valuable thoughts or share with children, give these children an example to emulate, show them the world out there. And these are simple things. All of us think I need to make a big impact, I need to make 100 crore, 200 crore impact. No, it's not required. Each person individually, spending about 10 hours a week can make a huge impact. I mean, it's like Mother Teresa says, you don't need to create a big wave. All you need to do is throw a stone in the water and create the ripples which will create the change everywhere. So all of us together, and more people coming forward, more collective efforts is always for the good. And I would call it, I call most public-private partnerships nexus for goods, because we have our strengths. We can reach out to a larger group of people who need the interventions, and you have the technology, or you have some type of skills which you can impart to them. So bringing these together and implementing them together would save both of us a lot of time, effort, and energy. So these kind of things are much needed in today's scenario. And I'm very happy that CII has chosen this topic today and is promoting this spirit. I look forward to more individuals coming forward. And like I said, I'll just conclude with saying I'm reminded of Oscar Wilde saying, smallest acts of kindness are worth more than great large intentions. So it's these small things and even little efforts that each of us can make, each of us can contribute. They just not give us a lot of immense personal satisfaction, but they would change our society and our community for the better. So look forward to more interventions from all of you, and further discussion from all the brilliant panel out here. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dasari. I think you make absolutely relevant points, and I think at the end of the day, we and all of us realize that, especially in a country like ours, we are a privileged lot, especially people who are here on this panel or who are even listening in. All of us are. And there is a huge opportunity for us to really make an impact. And the starting point is that stone that makes the ripples, rather than wanting to make that, storm in the sea that would make a big transformation. I think the collective effort, like someone had said, every movement starts with one person taking a step out. And I think that's a very important part. And I think somewhere along the line, some of us wait for the big idea or the big impact rather than starting somewhere, which, especially in our country, there are so many areas that we can make an impact on. Every small little make a difference. I'm going to go to the panel, and I think we have a very eclectic panel, and I'm very glad that they've joined in. Most of the times we discuss every aspect of technology and business, especially coming from a tech company. Today we are discussing truly the impact of business on the society. I'm going to start with Mr. Samir Goyal. Mr. Goyal, thank you very much for joining in. You wear two hats. And the way we're going to run the panel is that we will have 5 minutes each for each of the 4 panel members on the topic and their views. I have a question for them, and I would love for them to be able to respond. Mr. Goyal, you wear two hats as the MD of a large company of more than a couple of $1 billion turnover, Coromandel International, and the chairman of CII Telangana. My question to you is, how do you think we can synergize the good work being done by industry bodies like CII and corporate volunteering? How do you think that the two can come together to create an ecosystem that is designed to help one and all? And your role as CII and your role as MD of a large corporation is absolutely appropriate for giving this reference. Thank you for joining us.
Thanks, Jagdish, and thank you for a lovely opening, and thank you for the keynote address by the collector. I really appreciate what you've done, and I'm so glad that we are taking up this topic, right? So Jagdish, just to come to this particular thing, firstly, I think, firstly, I'm very happy that we have what is called a YI here, which is represented by, by Siddharth, Milani, and Ashutosh. The Hyderabad chapter of YI is the largest single members of all the corporates in the entire country. We have over 312 members. And the work which they have done over the years and which continues to be done on volunteering is absolutely brilliant. And this includes the work, and I'm sure Siddharth and all will talk about it, they have done during the current Black Swan event which you have gone through. As far as industries are concerned, what happens is the big corporation like yours and ours are really looking at how to look at volunteerism, and what the collector said was absolutely right. We catch people young. We do find that, when you volunteer, it leads to a lot of what is called your own personal development and leadership development, because it is also something which we feel you give back to the society. And particularly now, and things were different during my time when I did our education, where it was all about work and play. And of course, while there was a community, and I was fortunate to come from a family which believed in volunteerism, and this goes back to centuries. But it wasn't a formal thing. But when my children did the education, it became part of the course. And absolutely right, what the collectorate had said. My daughter, who actually went to the, to see the dump yard, which was in North Delhi, basically, and see all the scavengers around it. Actually, all her university essays were built around what she felt that way. And that's the reason she was able to get through premium insurance. And not only that, she also became, she did a, she specialized in bio and environmental, because she saw the environmental impact. So I think it is very good that the universities now are taking it up, because it does develop leadership at a very, very young level. As far as, industry bodies are concerned, we have all sorts of members, right from big corporation like us to a lot of our membership is MSMEs. And they, through a body like CII, will like to contribute, in fact, get educated, and I'm sure a number of them are listening now. And it's also heartening to see what the government is doing. And basically, they want to give back to the society, and that becomes very, very important. Just very quickly on Coromandel, we are guided by our 5 lines. So just to give your example, like we are into health, education, and environment, and we do an impact assessment figures. In fact, today only we got a platinum award on our healthcare initiatives. But just to come closer to the point, we are sponsoring along with I am Hyderabad chapter, a school in Rasulpura. And here, the pass marks are almost 100%. A lot of them actually go, come from very poor backgrounds. But thanks to the help, including volunteering work done by our employees, who actually go, including weekends, to go and teach them to upgrade their skills and prepare them for the exams. We are very proud to say that, the pass percentage is over 100%. And a lot of them go to do very good at the senior level school. And it has an impact. We have a bird sanctuary which we have created in our plant in Kakinada. It's a first of a kind, 350 acres of land. And the main thing is, as soon as you enter the factory, I'm talking about all the workers, including our contract workers. They are so proud to see birds coming, migratory birds, including coming as far as Serbia and this thing, to actually go and nest there. And what is very important is, if we don't take care of our environment, we being a chemical plant, the birds won't come. But they are very proud to actually establish this. In AP and TG, we run what is called a girl child program, because most of the times, being a male society, we will educate the male child, but not the girl child. And we have been able to give scholarships to the brightest in AP and TG. And the good thing is, it really motivates the employees. So one of our things in our own assessment, because we are governed by our 5 lights, is to see how employees are, volunteering to the organization and giving back to the society at a very young age. And like you rightly said, the new millennium who wants to join us, actually the distinction between us and other people whom are recruiters is what sort of work we are doing to give back to the society, because they ask for it. Those are the normal questions which we get. So I think it is absolutely important both for CII and the corporates to work together and to get volunteering going. And we can do a lot to elevate and make our nation proud. So that in short is what I wanted to say.
Thank you, Mr. Goyal. And I think you make some very, very, critical and interesting points in the way, not just how your organization has helped, but also in the way the state, the CII setup, and the collaboration between YI and CII to be able to make a difference to the lives of people that we work with and engage with on a day-to-day basis. And we do have 3 people, not just 2, 3 people who are associated with YI. I mean, some of us would have loved to be YI, but I think my hairstyle gives away that I don't think I can be a part of typically YI. I would love to be a part of the initiatives that they're driving. I'm just kidding, but I would think that, there's enough scope for us. And I think you guys show the way in YI, and there's a certain sense of, which I love about the sense of competition that the most successful YI chapter being run out of Telangana and Hyderabad. So I'm going to call in Siddharth Malani. Siddharth, thank you for joining in. And, what to talk to you with the good work being done by YI, whether it is in organ donation or in road safety or distribution of food packets, etc., and so many other things. What can we all do to make volunteering activity, and specifically talking about the volunteering activity that people can do, attractive to its average youngster? When we are in colleges and when we are in universities, this seems to be a much bigger activity internally. When we get into work environment, suddenly the intensity drops. What can we do to make sure that the work environment, which has such a large population of youngsters in the organization, can do that? And what does volunteering compete with in priority list of today's youngsters? I mean, I would think very high in term priority list, because that's what I see millennials look at, but would love to hear from the young Indians.
Thank you very much, Jagdish ji, for having us here, and thank you for your kind words of introduction as well. It was lovely to hear your thoughts of ISR, individual social responsibility, and also great words from Ms. Nasiri over here, particularly the fact that volunteering on the resume looked good and good enough, one of the factors to get her into London School of Economics. I think the situation is that way, that, as you mentioned, in colleges or to get into colleges for graduation or post-graduation, even on the CV, the weightage is given to the volunteering work done. But once entering the corporate world, that weightage gradually reduces, rather evaporates also. Even if we try and build up some ecosystem over there, that the companies also give some weightage. We give weightage to extracurricular activities and general knowledge, but to volunteering and all that on societal aspects, that itself could be a great start. Coming to young Indians and in general the entrepreneur community, here again the challenge becomes different, that who do you show your CV to once you're running the business? So it's not for the CV. It is for these group of individuals, I think, that the movement called YI really developed gradually over time. And the objective there, what we have made is that it has to be above the self, because you're not doing it for the CV. Whatever you do is for the nation and for the society at large. And that is what can really keep you going in the long run, especially for this group. So I really feel the approach has to be tailored to the group you're looking at. And as in business, life is also full of paradoxes. So even in volunteering, those who have the time don't really have the energy, and those who have the energy don't really have the time. So if we can make time for youngsters in the work environment or in the family environment, that this is a good thing which people should look at. Couple of hours on a Saturday afternoon or an hour on a Sunday morning should not be too hard. That will really encourage everyone to take this up. In YI, of course, we have done a lot of work, and Sameerji had mentioned some of the things, and you also are quite aware of some of our verticals. This work ultimately is done by a group of motivated individuals who have seen from the past years of membership or attachment or involvement with YI that why the others and some of the past members, senior members have done and for what purpose and how they have done. So even during the last challenging 18 months, something has driven our teams and members to work on organ donation, road safety, child sexual abuse, blood donation camps, and everything else, even through this tough period. In fact, it was at a point sometime during the second wave or even now when we asked some of our teams that, okay, if you want to relax for a bit, it's okay. But they said, hey, COVID doesn't mean that people are not facing the problem of good touch or bad touch. COVID doesn't mean that people do not have blood shortages. So we still have to get to work. We are doubly vaccinated and we better get going. So the motto we work with is that if we as the youth don't do it, then who will? The burden has to be borne by us. So that is how we lead it from the front. Some things like this have driven, say for example, our road safety vertical to conduct over 75 such volunteering sessions, be it junction manning to rallies to awareness programs to competition for kids. Something like this has driven our Masoom team, which works with the children on the good touch and bad touch for children, to have more than 50 sessions with different orphanages, even through the pandemic. It has driven on our organ donation team to work actively and preach about the importance of organ donation in such a time, work on COVID-related matters and food distribution, reach the hospitals. Our team, which works with children on the education in the rural schools, they have done about 75 plus engagements and quiz sessions even through these times. So the drive is there inherently in the people. I think the relevant ecosystem and platform needs to be provided so that they can live their dreams and their aspirations for a better society and for a better country. And that is what we aim to do in YI and Young Indians. So that is what I have to say about this. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Siddharth. I think you not only truly represent Young Indians and the volunteer chapter as the chair of the chapter, but also from the topics that you talked about and getting and the very fact that there is, and you guys work on the ground on the actual action area, so your feedback is superb and critical in the sense of understanding what goes through a volunteer's mind and what would encourage these volunteers to participate, right? So talking about that common platform, talking about the ability to, as Ms. Dasari said, and connecting between CII or a business sort of chamber and what the government wants to do is a very great link, because you guys could be the Young India type people, can be the execution arm of a lot of our associate base and employee base, be it Tech Mahindra or be it Coromandel. And government has the very large view of where the need is. So there is an opportunity there for us to definitely collaborate and create this common platform in the grid that already exists, right? And thank you for that, Siddharth. I think I'll go to Mr. Deen Dayal. Ashutosh, the request to you would be that, with your role as co-chair of YI Hyderabad, my question, and director of a tech company in the imaging, Viewtech imaging systems, you have worked with the whole learning system, is what I know of. and are involved with the youth on the ground, which you guys, all of you are, according to you, has there been a genuine psychological shift in terms of how the youth sees charity and volunteering, in as compared with, say, 5 or 10 years back? What do you think the shift has been, and what were the triggers, and how do we make sure that we can bring in a lot more of those to increase the participation of volunteers?
Thank you, Jagdish ji. And firstly, I would like to resonate with what you said at the beginning of the session in your keynote about what Mahatma Gandhi has also shared, that the best way to find yourself is to lose yourself in the service of others. And in fact, it was Mahatma Gandhi who also spoke about the dignity of labor. In fact, according to him, uh, the principle of bread labor is identical to the principle of sacrifice, which is contained in the Bhagavad Gita, and volunteerism is a form of bread labor. Now, coming to your question of do I feel if there's any shift in the psychology of youngsters, I feel this is the result and this is the fruit of the entire ecosystem that is developing slowly. So just like slowly and steadily, we have started focusing in sports for the physical development of children. And that is starting to show rewards in the form of maybe a World Cup or an Olympic medal. Similarly, I feel at some levels, we have also been focusing on uh, volunteerism as for the mental development and well-being of children. And maybe not directly in the form of volunteerism. For example, I remember when I was in school, we had a subject or a class called SUPW. That's socially useful productive work, which at a very young age, I think right from the third or fourth standard, we had this SUPW class. And it introduced us to volunteerism. And slowly as we grew older and, graduated in college and, we started taking part in other forms of volunteerism as well. So the efforts have been there from a long time, and like even Siddharth said, as per the audience, we need to cater to the people we are targeting. And apart from that, I would say volunteerism, it gives people a lot of self-confidence and satisfaction, and a chance to follow your passion also. It's not, like Stat said, it's not just for building your resume. After a certain age, you don't need a resume. I mean, whom are you going to show your resume to? But just like CSR, it's more about the ISR, individual social responsibility. That's what I have to say.
Thank you, Mr. Dindayal, Ashutosh. Thank you for your inputs on this. I think your mention of SUPW, which in school we used to call SUPU, is a very, very nostalgic reminder of what school and education can do in order of shaping our thought process and shaping our future, and highlighting what could be the true sort of learnings that you take from school. I mean, you would obviously learn your maths or history or commerce or arts, and which probably become our career. But these are fundamental learnings, and I think it's a great segue to bring in Mr. Darshan Mehta. Darshan, the question to you, because you not only are a part of the Young India chapter, but also you run your own education venture in this Aditya Edu Venture. And it's a great segue to have a conversation from what Ashutosh left it at, and to enter into your domain of education and edutech and so on and so forth. What do you believe? Do you believe that volunteering should be seeded as a culture in our colleges, in our universities, like we heard in our schools? And what can we do to institutionalize this at this level, so that it sort of everyone who comes out of it takes to it like a fish takes to water, and obviously finds groups. And I know when I close, I'll tell you about a narrative in TechM where one of the ladies, one of the youngsters, showed us and became the leader for showing us the ISR way that a lot of us seniors hadn't figured out, and we're thinking like what Ms. Dasari said, let's make a big impact. But we would love to hear your views on how education can help.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mitra. Panelists, I really feel volunteering is something that is very important to all of us. And the way a school or a college can ingrain it within a child, within a human being, I don't see it being ingrained anywhere else. Having said that, I think volunteerism is being institutionalized in a very large way in India, right? If you look at organizations like the NSS, which is very prominent in high schools and colleges, then you have the NCC, the National Cadet Corps. Then you have other organizations which are voluntary organizations like the Interact and the Rotract, right? And then you have these green brigades, you have the scouts and guides. You look at all of these organizations, they are doing exemplary amount of work in our institutions. There are other non-formal modes of volunteerism that is already existing in schools and colleges. Children work on many initiatives. There are newspaper drives to be able to collect funds. There are drives for collecting, money for the blind. I'm sure all of us at one particular point of time would have got this National Association of the Blind card, where you would have gone and collected money to be donated to the National Association of the Blind, right? These are things that we've already done. What is very crucial and important for all of us to know is this has to be a part of every child's growing process, and it has to be a rewarding experience. Only when it becomes a rewarding experience does a person feel, linked with it. And that is the kind of experience that I've grown up with. In fact, after I finished my college, it was for almost 2-3 years, I was searching for an organization that I wanted to be a part of. And guess which was the organization that I decided to be a part of to volunteer? It was YI, right? Although it is a very essential part of Confederation of Indian Industries, the reason I chose YI is because of the gamut of work that it does. So right from schools and colleges, the institutionalization is already there. What we need to do is we need to make it much more rewarding. We need to make the information much more easily available and accessible, both to parents and students. The other point that we need to take care of is that at the higher education level, we reward volunteerism, right? We make it as an essential part of looking at the all-round development of an individual who's coming in. We just don't look at it as marks. We just don't look at his, sports ability, but we also look at what he is as a person in the community, what he's contributed to the community, which should be an essential part of assessing him to come into a higher education institution. This I feel happens much more outside our country. Doesn't happen in our country, right? It happens in UK, it happens in the US. But in India, because of the size that we are in and the number of application forms that we get, it says that marks make it very easy to select. But I think in certain premier courses, in certain premier places, we should really highlight volunteerism as one of the main criterias, or one of the essential criterias, which will make volunteerism even more rewarding. For example, if you are in NCC and you do certain activities, at the end of the day, there are certain reservations that you can get, right? So those are rewards for students to be a part of NCC. Similarly, if you're in the NSS, there are certain tires that you can go through. So if you even make, I know, volunteerism is supposed to be selfless, but at the end of it, if a child is able to see that there's a reward not only for him, but also it's a full circle in terms of what he contributes to, how it impacts, it will make all the difference. What I feel is, just to paraphrase what I said, institutionalization of volunteerism is already there. We need to make it strong by spreading the information and making it much more a rewarding experience.
Thanks a lot, Darshan, for your inputs. You make a very valid comment about institutionalizing it, putting it together in part of every student's thought process, every child's thought process of what they can do to make an impact individually and collectively in forums like Young India. I think it's been a great discussion. Thank you very, very much, starting from Ms. Dasari's keynote to the panels that you guys led from Samir. Did you want to make a comment? See your hand raised up.
Jagdish, it's been a very interesting thing. I'm just reflecting back on my education and probably what has been said by Darshan. We had SUPW, we had all the NSS and NCE, but we used to take it more as fun, most of us, right? When I look at my children when they have started, and we're talking about India here, they had a social impact assessment which they had to do in Singapore, and it was 3 points. It used to get them 3 points. And even when we talked about colleges, and I did go to premium colleges, but this was never taken as a good example. Marks was the criteria. But when you go for admissions globally, you have to have social volunteering, whether it is undergrad degree or your postgrad degree. And therefore, it becomes almost embedded into you that you have to do volunteerism. Same thing will apply even currently when we are looking at organizations. I think the work which people have done, and yes, if there's a grading system, it helps to see what sort of a individual interest, like what the collector had said very rightly. If it is ingrained within us, it starts very early. And if it shows, it also shows the type of leadership. So even as organization, we should start looking at people who have volunteered, who are given time, because they are the ones who will be the future leaders. And that becomes absolutely important. Now, whether they'll be entrepreneurs or they'll be, in big business houses, it doesn't matter. They are showing leadership in their own way. And these are people who will make the country better and give back to the society. So I think it's important, the discussion which we had is somewhere to almost have it in our education system and our recruitment, at all levels, that, we recognize volunteerism, and that will really start a real wave. So that was my discussion. And it's like the collector rightly said, her admission into London School of Economics, which is a very premium institute, was based on the fact that she had done voluntary work. Thanks.
Unmute, please.
You're right, Mr. Goyal, and the example you drew up is what I was going to, that what Darshan was talking about. Yes, international organizations like London School of Economics, etc., have started recognizing, and we can see the outcome. I think as we conclude, I think I can only speak on behalf of a business house. I think like we have sports heroes, like, people want to follow a Virat Kohli or a KL Rahul or whatever in cricket. There are examples to be set for us. And there's a role that we as senior leaders in the business and in the corporation and government have. We have role models right here in the panel. Ms. Dasari herself, Darshan, Ashutosh, Siddharth, young leaders. And then I was telling about one such leader in our Hyderabad campus, Tejaswi, who started an initiative on her own. I think the opportunity for us is to really create such heroes from business. And like we are asking education institutes to do, when we start hiring people and set those as examples, that we chose this guy not over just the education background that he had, but also the volunteering background, because it showed a wider picture of collaboration and teamwork and leadership, then the messages will go out. And I think we have a role to play in CII, we have a role to play in business to highlight that. And I'm going to thank all of you as we conclude from this session at India at 75. That amazing session. You guys are all heroes and, sheroes, if I'm to be politically correct, and make sure that each one of us demonstrate and bring in many thousands of volunteers that this, millions of volunteers that this country is possible to deliver. Thank you again, and thank you for this absolutely enriching conversation. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Bharvi, could you hear me?
Yes, Abhishek, how are you? Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, good to see you. Did your parents get the booster dose?
My mother did. Thank you so much. The doctor at the CHC was very confused. So I then took out all the details from your platform. And I showed it and I said, look, you can do it. I think they had a problem because the SDM was on leave and they hadn't received the orders, unfortunately. So I sat down and I spoke to them. How are you doing? Are you negative now?
In a way, because I did a rapid antigen at home. I didn't do a RT-PCR again.
Yeah.
But they say like now after 7 days, if you don't have fever or something, you don't need a test.
Yeah, no need. And you don't spread after 7 days anyway.
That's what. Slowly, it's like evolving into kind of a flu.
Yeah. Yeah, we all need to get a little less hyper about it, in my opinion. But, sometimes the messages are very confusing, So, yeah, we're waiting for Mayhole. Are we live or is like we can talk? That's my question to CII Digital. Hello. Oh, we are live. Oh, so we have to. Okay. So we're waiting for Mehul. And what about Rajan Navani? So Abhishek, let me just sort of, use this time to officially welcome you. I think we are live, so I want to take this opportunity to tell you a little bit about India at 75 and how we started. You know quite a lot already. But, we started when there was no Mygov. And it was important to listen to people. And so we went around the country. Millions of people participated in giving their ideas about what they wanted to see in their country in 2022. This was back in 2007 and 8. From that came the People's Agenda document. And of course, as an institution, CII decided to institutionalize this, set up a foundation, which is the India at 75 Foundation. And a couple of us decided to also give our full-time time. We got out of our initial years to set this up. And we realized that, there was a lot of things that government would do, industry would do, but how do we really work with individual citizens and people and give everybody something to be part of? And so there was a outreach plan that we came up with where we, worked with 100 plus different organizations and went out to them, asked them how they would like to get involved. And I must tell you that the stakeholder group that was very, very active was youth, but there were also street vendors. There were also, people from Dalit organizations. There were people from Spick McKay, for example. There were volunteers from Isaac. At one point in one of our earlier volunteering weeks, we had 20 Isaac volunteers from different countries volunteering for an Indian volunteering week. Putting together things, collating details. And so we realized the power of that contribution revolution, if you will. And we thought that, that was the best way, what we could do, because there was a lot happening in the public space. And what could we do as an institution in the private sphere for our public work? And therefore started this tradition of celebrating a volunteering week. And initially it was a little concerning because there were different volunteering days and weeks. And we chose to do it right now. We said leave it up because there was a youth volunteering week that preceded from 12th to 18th with the Ministry of Youth Affairs, because 12th being the National Youth Day. And so we thought we'll dovetail into that and then follow up with the National Volunteering Week that leads up to the Republic Day. In August, we do an India at 75 week, which is a little different. That is a week that is focused on ideas for the future, taking the aspiration and ambition even further. We are already in 2022. I can't believe. So I think we've also seen in this process what has worked, what has not worked. how ambitious can we be in terms of citizen engagement? And what are the things and framework and tools that need to be in place? So some of that comes from the experience of holding these volunteering weeks. Some of that comes from doing the public-private work through these platforms, whether it's urbanization, whether it's skills, whether it's functional literacy, and pro bono volunteering, to really sort of size how big is this opportunity of citizen engagement. In 2012, we partnered with an organization called Taproot. It is a New York-based organization that helped us ascertain for the first time the pro bono capacity of corporate India. And it was staggering. And that led us to also do work with other organizations. Our initial volunteering projects and programs were, for example, with IBM, who deployed their global teams for 5 weeks in 3 locations. Then we took the same model to Tata's. Tata's now have their own volunteering week, for example, and Mahindra's, and now a lot of companies also execute this. But the idea and the question really that I wanted to explore today, hearing from you, hearing from Mr. Kothare, hearing from Rajan, how do we now, in this 100, really amplify this, to a level where this becomes sort of second to everybody's life? It's a very different example, but you've served in the Northeast, so you'll know this. The Mesos have the YMA, and of course, it was developed for very different reasons. But I find it amazing that the YMA members will get together, clean the street, help with even last rites of people, for example. And it's kind of part of the Meso life. And the question was really, how do we do that? How do we make nation building mainstream, where it's not an SPPW work, or it's not something nice to do, or it's not 2 days of your CSR reporting, but it is something that we do as our daily life. It's part of our grain. So this is what I wanted to explore today. So I may come from very different angles. Of course, I would want to know what you see sitting at Mygov. But I feel that, we are at such an amazing time and I live in rural India, and you know that. And I see the rural youth, they are dying for a platform to contribute. And it'll be wonderful to hear your thoughts on where you see it. So welcome to India at 75's National Volunteering Summit. Thank you very much for making time. And whilst others join, I would like to get started and hear from you. What has been your journey at Mygov? Because to start a platform from scratch and take it to this kind of success, it would be wonderful for everyone here to understand what it takes to institutionalize this kind of citizen engagement. Over to you, Abhishek.
Thank you, Bhargavi, and it was indeed enlightening to hear from you with regard to the efforts that you and CIA have been making in trying to make the process of citizen engagement, a process of volunteerism, into a more kind of an opportunity for people to contribute to nation building, and kind of giving a chance to people to fix things about which we very often complain about. Like in a democracy, like the cliche has been that that democracy is by the people, for the people, of the people. But very often, when we talk of like how people exercise their will or exercise their choice in a democracy, very often it comes down to only elections. But elections happen once in 5 years. They don't happen every day. But there are so many issues concerning policy, concerning public welfare, on which people have a view. Every citizen feels that this should be done in this manner, this should not be done in this manner. So how do we kind of collect that views of citizens, collect that opinion of people, and include that in policy formulation without having to go for elections at for every such thing? So that's the genesis of Mygov, and that's the genesis of citizen engagement platform. Can we kind of use digital technologies today to expand the reach of democracy in a much wider way, to let people contribute to decision making, to policy formulation, to let the government know what is it that they are wanting? So, for example, recently, like we have done the crowdsourcing of ideas and suggestions for the budget formulation. The union budget will be floated on, will be will be presented in the parliament on the 1st of February. But the budget formulation exercise goes through an extensive round of consultations in which the finance ministry, the government does consultations with various stakeholders. But while organized stakeholders, whether industry bodies and whether so various groups, they get an opportunity to present what they want from the budget. But very often the Aam Aadmi, the common citizen, is not able to do that. So with this intent, the finance ministry would launch a discussion forum on Mygov platform in which citizens are able to contribute. Yes, I want this from this. I want a tax rebate. I want some concessions for a particular sector. So then these suggestions have come in. We have contributed, shared that with the finance ministry, and then they will examine it, and some of it may actually find a place in the union budget. Last year, I was told that out of the 20,000 suggestions that were received, 94 of them actually found a presence in the budget. So that's one way of engaging with that. Similarly, for the national education policy, when it was notified year before last, the consultation was done with the citizens. More than 100,000 people contributed to that, and they also gave their suggestions with regard to how it should be implemented. So for every such policy decision, the Mygov provides a platform for citizens to engage with the government. And we also do like a lot of ideas and suggestions for various sectors in which people give their opinion on any topic under the sun, for agriculture, for farming, for healthcare, and similarly for the Mann Ki Baat broadcast which the Honorable Prime Minister does. While this is one way of getting the opinions, the other part which CIA is focusing is on volunteerism and how do we engage people in not only giving ideas but doing something which is tangible, which is like physical in nature or in some form in which citizens are able to play an active role in nation building. For that also, several initiatives have been there with industry, with the NGOs, with non-profits, with the Ministry of Youth Affairs. The NSS is a very important platform, the National Social Service, which along with NCC gives a huge opportunity for people to actively engage in tasks related to nation building. Then we had launched a platform called Self for Society a couple of years back. And Self for Society, what it does is that it brings together corporates. It began with the IT sector companies, which came together to commit a certain number of people who will work for, say, Swachh Bharat, or who will work for plastic free campaign, who will work for any such campaigns. And those number of people who will contribute a fixed number of hours, that will be logged into a digital platform. And one could actually see like which company is performing what. And this has been going on for some time. In fact, there was a summit for Self for Society in which Honorable Prime Minister addressed along with Mr. Anand Mahindra. And then last year, especially in the second wave of the pandemic, this whole volunteerism thing became a necessity. Because the way we were facing the crisis, the pandemic, it required a lot of people to be brought together on a platform. And then we were getting requests from various, on the suggestions box, is that I want to do something for to contribute my bit for fighting the pandemic. I want to help people in my locality. I want to provide food to the elderly and people who have been affected by the lockdown. So we again kind of built up a portal in which people could commit what they want to do based on their skill set. Somebody wanted to do, doctors wanted to contribute to hospitals, youth wanted to help in some other manner. And we got more than 200,000 people to contribute to be COVID warriors. And then these people who volunteered their time, we divided them into based on their locations into districts and blocks, and these details were shared with the state disaster management authorities and the district disaster management authorities, and they actually leveraged and used these people for various activities during the lockdown, whether it was required for feeding the people or whether it was helping people in getting their essentials. In various kinds of tasks they were used. Then there was another thing during the pandemic again that we came across, was when people wanted to contribute equipment like thermometers or masks or oximeters and all. So for that also we were getting several requests on email that we want to do that. We want to contribute. So again, what we did was that we did create a digital portal in which we asked people, what do you want to contribute, in what quantity and where? And then this information was shared with all the districts, and based on the nearest location, this was distributed to people who needed that. Similarly, last year again with ACT grants came up with a scheme for providing oxygen concentrators, and again they could get a lot of donations and a lot of funding.
Yes, I worked with them, sir. Yes.
Okay. So again, they wanted to like partner with us in order to crowdsource the requirement, like how many concentrators are required, and number two, how do we keep a record of the concentrators which are being given to various districts. So we worked with them and we set up again a portal on Mygov in which collectors could raise their demand with regard to concentrators, and this information was shared with the ACT team, and then the allocation that they received was distributed across the country. So whether it was Goa or whether it was Uttarakhand or whether it was Delhi or Maharashtra or Tamil Nadu or Karnataka, all of it was distributed that manner. And it again was a testimony to the potential that exists in volunteering, like how the best of the professionals from the startups and from our entrepreneurs and industry, they came together to join hands with the government, and it worked very seamlessly. So Mygov is that way it provides an opportunity to work in such manners without going through bureaucratic processes or trying to industry to prove their credentials before they can do something worthwhile. So it works on a basic principle of trust. Yes, that if somebody is willing to help someone, then let's not get into why is he wanting to help someone. Let's try to see if I need help and if somebody is wanting to help, then why not align our objectives and ensure that we are able to together work towards trying to solve a problem which is existing and within the given time. So the pandemic has been a great experience. And then we have also been working with the IT sector volunteers of various kinds who advise us, who help us in conceptualizing projects. If you look at the Aadhaar, and it began for quite some time, even for the Aadhaar project, it was one of the first projects which came up with the concept of volunteering for a government project, because there were many professionals from the industry who wanted to work for a cause, but they did not want to work as a paid employee of the government or as a paid consultant. So they volunteered their time, they took time off from their day jobs and worked with the Aadhaar project. And today, a lot of credit goes down to those volunteers who worked with such a project. Similar thing is continuing in the National Health Authority. When the Ayushman Bharat Digital Health Mission is happening, we have volunteers from AkeStep, we have volunteers from iSpirit who work with us closely and help us in designing projects at scale. We have recently come up in the Digital India with a sabbatical policy and a volunteer policy, which allows people from industry, from outside government, to work on government projects for a year or two. Not necessarily being paid, but yes, they are involved in our discussions, in our brainstorming sessions, in trying to bring the perspective from the other side of the table. So it's a sign of the government realizing that it's not that all wisdom lies with us. There's a lot of bright ideas. There are a lot of bright thoughts which are there in the non-profit sector, in the private sector. And if we can together join hands, volunteer and contribute to nation building, it will be a big thing. So that's the overall gamut in which we are working on. So I believe Mr. Rajan has also joined in. So I welcome him and these would be my opening thoughts, and I look forward to the discussion that follows.
Thank you so much, Abhishek. You are now in your 26th or 27th year of service. You are the CEO of Mygov. And, from your perspective, before I go to Rajan and then Mehul, what are, do you think, 3 critical success factors for institutionalizing volunteerism or pro bono effort at scale?
See, the first and foremost would be like what I would believe is that the change in mindset is that having a concept of trusting anyone who is willing to work from outside the government with the government, that would be the first major key factor. Number 2 will be like identifying very clearly what is it that you are trying to involve anyone for. The scope of work or the task or the assignment, it has to be very focused. It cannot be like hazy. So that when we say that, yes, I want somebody for this particular task, it becomes easier for the other person to join hands. And number 3, I would say is that making it a fair process. Like when you are asking people to volunteer, it should not be that not everybody gets to know, and nobody should try to, because in government we need to also safeguard against acquisitions of doing something which is motivated or trying to have one set of volunteers and not to have everyone from the community joining in. So it should be fair and open and transparent. It should be based on trust, and it should be very well defined. These 3 I would like to highlight, and these are the things which have worked very clearly. You gave the example of Mizoram. I would go back to Nagaland. In fact, very often second Saturdays of a month would be would be social work day. They would call it a social work day. And I remember when I was a probationer, my first year of service, I was in my circuit house room on a Saturday morning reading a book, having my coffee. And then suddenly the community people came in and they said that, would you not join for the social work? I said, what? I am a just joined bureaucrat to what social work. Then my cook who was there, he told me that this is the custom in which, pardon me for use of the phrase, but this is what they said. So all able-bodied men are supposed to take out their dhows and go out and clean the shrubs and the nalas and everything, so that there is no waterlogging which is happening. It was fun. In fact, it was one of the best Saturdays. And then every second Saturday, I used to look forward to that. And then we institutionalized it when it became later in service. It became part of the communitization policy. Like how such a thing which is there in the society can be used for larger public goals.
Thank you so much, Abhishek, for bringing that. I would have otherwise asked you about that later on. So thank you for bringing that example. And Rajan, I have known you for, I think, almost 2 decades now. Rajan is the chairperson of the India at 75 Council in CII, the National Council. He's also the trustee. He's also sort of, as I would say, my brother in arm. And we've now worked on this. And Rajan, before you and me who joined, I was sharing with Abhishek and everybody else who's joined this session on what was our journey from day one, listening to people and then creating a work plan and doing those pro bono, the taproot report and the volunteering weeks and things like that. And, Abhishek has mentioned the word trust multiple times. And I think it is at the core of this. And, the Honorable Prime Minister also says that it's sabka saath, sabka vishwas, sabka vikas, and all three of those go together. From your perspective, having seen this 15-year journey of first gathering people's voices, then working together with multiple different stakeholders, sometimes they are very diverse group of people, and bringing different people together on a single platform. What has been your experience, as someone who's been leading the India at 75 efforts with a vast strata of people on what has worked, what has not worked, and how has the journey been in bringing different people from different strata of society and walks of life to work together for the cause of society and the nation?
Thank you, Bhairavi, and sorry, Abhishek ji and Bhairavi, I was a little late because the other session kind of took a little longer. But I'm sure you have covered a lot of aspects of this journey. So Bhairavi, there is nothing that I will share that you probably are not aware of. But I think for the benefit of a lot of people who are here and who have joined us, on this very important agenda, I think that will truly define the future of a nation building, particularly for a country like India, where I think the ethos of volunteering is imbibed in our culture. I think we were in the earlier session and we said, the easiest way to build trust is to just smile. I mean, it's about consciously doing something, and we said if all four of us in this thing just smile at each other, I think it's a first step towards saying we want to do something together. So when you talked of what does it take to really get people with diverse viewpoints and sets to come together, is to really be able to realize and appreciate where the other person's coming from. And I think volunteering, luckily, is one of those most fundamental aspects of all collaborations, right? And I think it's also very strategic, and strategically, if you look at it, it is rooted in a common desire for a larger good. Nothing can take that away. I think all of us who are here today, be it government, be it industry, be it civil society, be it students, be it housewives, we want, or we at least know what that larger good is, right? And therefore, being able to put together a mechanism that can enable that is really what can get us there. And I think, one of the aspects that we want to talk about in this session is the role of technology, and having Abhishek here, and really this was, a fundamental piece of the India at 75 vision, that the future of India will, the economic strength, moral leadership, everything requires tremendous technological vitality. So, even on the Mygov platform, Abhishek ji, you will be pleased to know that a large part of India at 75
team spent time in your office in the initial days, helping conceptualize some of the aspects. I know from my company, I had about 7 people who spent a week along with people from Tech Mahindra, many others, helping institutionalize what this collaborative framework, leveraging technology could mean. As corporate India, what we really went about doing is we brought about Infosys to create a national volunteering grid that really talked about, what could be the volunteering opportunities, how do companies come in, what does corporate volunteering in a structured manner mean, the entire self-sustaining kind of an ecosystem that is required with opportunities to volunteer, valuing those opportunities, being able to put, a smile and on the face of the beneficiary, but more importantly, being able to put a pride and a value to the companies that are doing that and to the people who are, engaging that. The Tata Group took up a very strong exercise where now they have 3 volunteering weeks that happen, around the founder's birthday, JRD Tata, in March. There's another in September, and now, again in December. And over, I think, 800,000 employees volunteer, structurally to be able to do more than 1 million hours, etc. Right? And like that, we have so many corporates that we've been able to mobilize over these years, and then take that to colleges, to other institutions. And our pitch is simple, right? You can either give time, you can give small amounts of money, or then you can give your skills. And the whole methodology of how we value that, what Bhairavi mentioned, the pro bono contribution is a structured activity that took over 40 NGOs in 1 year to arrive at, if I consider as a corporate a CTC, but what is the value that the NGO gets? What's the formula for that? So that we can really be proud of what we are doing, and can we measure that monetarily as a percentage of our GDP? So if you really ask me, what is the best way moving forward for us to collaborate, is to have maybe 1 or 2 impact KPIs, while measuring impact in a volunteering activity is very hard, right, for any country to be able to measure. We know countries like the US, etc., look at what is the value of pro bono and volunteering activity towards a percentage of GDP that has gone in as an input, and maybe, Abhishek, Mygov could be a perfect platform to see that, as corporates, we also found a way where structured volunteering becomes a part of the CSR. Companies are happy to do a lot more with volunteering over and above the financial contribution that goes there. So maybe as we move on a journey, we are in that Amrit Mahotsav celebration, in the 75th year. Our Honorable Prime Minister has, challenged us to now come up with a vision for India at 100. We want to do that in 5-year sprints. Maybe that could be one strong agenda, Bhairavi, to what you say. How do we collaborate together and have one common measurement, which is acceptable to civil society, to others? And it could be a monetary contribution towards GDP, and then mobilize that at scale as we move forward. Do a lot of efforts, and we cannot take away the power of the youth in this exercise. I mean, we are so fortunate. It's rare in the history of a nation when you'll have 1 in 10 people in the world being an Indian under 25. Not only an Indian, but an Indian under the age of 25. And if we can mold them and shape them, in a manner that they imbibe volunteering and core aspects of nation building early on in life, I think we would really do a great, service to our country. So that's how I would take the positives, Bhairavi, out of all the learnings. We've had platforms at a city level, at a district level, bringing stakeholders for city changes through a City Connect program, for example. And I can tell you, the huge change we see when a municipal corporation comes with 6 IIM graduates who are sitting there and putting structural frameworks to measuring output, and then youth participation and people, beneficiaries from slums who come and find careers and jobs through these activities. I mean, small cities, Pune, Bangalore, so many cities have done that. Now we really need to see, how can we scale these efforts? I think, India is great in pockets of excellence, but, how can we do that at scale would be something that I think we can all collaborate on. And, thank you for being here, Abhishek ji, and everyone else for your, devout contribution, because I think all of us need to do this together. It's not any one of our efforts or tasks. So thanks, Bhairavi, for giving me this opportunity to share these thoughts.
Thank you, Rajan. I'm going to come back to you with another question, but before that, I want to go to Mehul. And welcome, Mehul. You are in charge of volunteering and sustainability within TCS. You also had associate engagement in sport. And we've been hearing a lot about young people. And for some reason, the millennials and the genellians are kind of blamed to be more individualistic and self-obsessed and self-consumed. Sometimes I think it's misconception, frankly. But a lot of people do view them as more self-centered. But you have a vastly young, demographics in TCS, and there has been a lot of conversation around not just what we are talking here, but also publicly about how do we translate this demographic strength into a transformational movement for the nation. And it can be at various levels. So when you at TCS, talk to your colleagues, talk to people within the ecosystem about volunteering. What experiences and learnings have you had in involving young people in volunteering, giving pro bono time, and doing things which are beyond self?
Thanks, Bhairavi. Really sorry I joined in a little late. Unfortunately, my laptop was behaving little. So sorry for that. Good afternoon, friends, and thanks to CII and India at 75 Foundation, in fact, for inviting me and giving me an opportunity to share my views on, how we are going about institutionalizing volunteerism in India. So, the volunteering landscape has been constantly evolving, and we have in fact seen a paradigm shift in fact, institutionalization as well as individualization of volunteering as well. So if you ask about me, and since we are going to talk about a Tata Group and TCS as such, so I'm glad that I got to spend significant time in my career, with an organization and a group which truly believes in giving back to the community, the Tata Group. So it's quite natural that we explore and utilize the most important resource within any organization, for that matter, for community development, and that's our very own employees. So, I'm just going to share about how we went about, doing this volunteerism and, engaging the millennials and the young crowd, and how we got them to volunteer. So, let's first focus on some certain key enablers for initiating this design, what kind of we developed in our organization. So first and foremost is, you need a very specific and an enthusiastic team to deal with this subject. You really need somebody and a team, a group of people to curate, opportunities for people to volunteer. Second is obviously your CXOs to own this approach and walk the talk. And third and most important, your employees, whom you need to make aware of their own responsibility towards the community, both within the company, and areas where it operates, and also with the society at large. So the next step towards this, how do we approach, or rather set up a volunteering mechanism? So to begin with, I'm a firm believer that, everybody around us wants to do good for the community. So we just need to know various avenues for doing it. So that is the space which has been filled by institutionalizing volunteering, and let employees be given a choice to choose from various volunteering activities. So, since morning we have been hearing about various voluntary activities being undertaken, whether that is using your uh, competencies like developing a website or teaching school children, or maybe as simple as going for a tree plantation drive. So this will be as per the employee skill set, maybe domain knowledge, but most importantly, it's the willingness to contribute. The larger goal should be to create an impact through empowerment. An employee should see this empowerment as an opportunity to take lead, in their own lives, and enhance the quality of existence of other communities as well. So, after doing this, the best part is, what are the key takeaways here? So when we are talking about the young crowd here, the most important thing what they want to know is what's in for me, and that's kind of very much natural. So first and foremost, volunteering will help us bring a change.
maybe a change for good, a change which can ensure growth and develop communities as well. And when we are talking about, volunteering now, so, who actually spend a lot of time and efforts. So I'm just going to kind of share my views on a term which we call as volunteering. So, everybody would be aware about volunteering, but in fact, it's more about building skills through volunteering. So, I believe that a lot of volunteering program often helps to develop the overall personality of a volunteer, which in turns also helps improve the productivity at work. So, it's not only a takeaway for the volunteer, it's also a very key, important and key takeaway for the organization as well. Because those who are from the HR background, we all are aware we spend lots of time and efforts and money through the L&D scheme of things, wherein we have this classroom trainings to develop a lot of this soft skills and various other skills, which in fact are a byproduct, I would say, of the volunteering efforts as well. Nowadays companies, if you look at, are not only looking just for qualification and experience when they look at hiring a candidate. There are a lot of trends and research which in fact suggest that interviews ask for some specific examples of from candidates, how they have overcome a challenge, or maybe how they have thought about out of a box idea to solve a problem. And this is something which I believe a volunteer gains a first-hand experience in the real world. And this is the skills set which they developed over a period of time. So I feel that this is what a key takeaway of volunteering is. They also develop a lot of skills, a lot of communication skills, a lot of leadership skills also. So and that's what really helps a holistic, I would say, an employee in a corporate world. So that's my take on how we went about doing it, and maybe other corporates can also look at developing something like this, because this is I would say a win-win situation for both the worlds, which is the employee, per se, the volunteer, as well as the corporate world also. So that's the take from me.
Thank you, Mehul. Actually, it's very interesting. Abhishek, when one talks about a lot of this volunteering kind of work, somehow there is a framework of an urban setting that is needed. And through Mygov, you have probably also experienced this, that when you have the technology available, and when it is available through different languages in different manner, there is a potential in rural youth also to get involved with many different agendas for nation building. What do you think needs to be done to expand volunteering movements to rural areas and scale them? And what do you think is the role of technology in that?
See, though I must say that the volunteering which happens in the cities and urban areas gets noticed more, but a lot of volunteering happens across the country, even in the rural areas. In fact, our social fabric is such that, in fact, if we can say that the strongest social security system that we have is the way people come out to help each other, their near and dear ones, along with their neighbors and people they know in every part of India. That's kind of part of our culture. Very often we are not able to document that because it happens in a very informal setting. In urban context, or whenever it's moved by larger goals like tree plantation, or Swachh Bharat campaign, or a plastic free campaign, or for COVID pandemic, then it becomes organized, and there are organizations who lead the initiative, and that's why it gets more noticed. If we have to capture the larger volunteerism that goes on without getting into a strict picture, if we can have a tech platform wherein people can log in what they are doing, and if we are able to do that in the Self for Society platform that was built, corporations and industries could actually log in, like they would scan a QR code, and then they would say that I did 2 hours of volunteering this week, or 3 hours of volunteering this week. If this kind of platform is scaled up and provided for every citizen in the country, and somehow it's kind of made verifiable through a like somebody can validate that. Yes, if somebody is claiming that I did some social work in some form of in some place in Tamil Nadu or Kerala or Kifre district in Nagaland, then there is some way of validating, yes, this person had done that. And if that record of volunteering becomes a part of his kind of profile of that person, a verified profile, then it can be given credits for various kind of recruitments which are done, or the opportunities that are given, because volunteering is also a measure of a person's personality. Just like we give credits to a class 10th marks, a class 12th marks, a graduation marks, if somebody has the ability to do something on a volunteer basis, that person is likely to be a better employee in the larger scheme of things. So if we can institutionalize this, if we can provide, and technology provides this option to do that today, if we can kind of log this in, and if we can kind of measure this and make it a part of profile which is verifiable by the community, then it can become it can add a lot of value to that. So maybe at Mygov or in partnership with the industry, we can think of creating this tool which allows people to join in such endeavors more. So that would not only give some, though volunteering is normally without any expectations, but if we build that kind of tool, then it will lead to some intangible benefits in the long term, which will motivate more and more people to join in. And we will also be able to kind of see what is the volunteering map across the country, like which are the areas in which we find more volunteers, which are the areas in which we need to push it through some campaign or through some brand ambassadors. So that kind of thing can be like thought of.
Well, thank you. I just want to ask each one of you, is it all right if we go 5 minutes over the session, just so that we may do justice to one or two other questions before we close the session? And if you all of you are comfortable, I will close at 1:05.
Oh.
That's my commitment.
Thought,
is that okay for you, Abhishek?
Yeah, okay. I thought it was till 1:15. Sorry.
No, it was still 1. So I'm asking 5 more minutes. That's it. So good then. You told me you can give me till 1:15. So I want to come to you, Mehul. You talked about the fact that training. You talked about a concept that volunteering is actually for a company, not necessarily something that you do outside, but also something that you use to develop leaders within the organization. Honorable Prime Minister talks about कि मैं प्रधान सेवक हूँ, and ideas around service leadership, servant leadership have been prevalent in leadership for more than a decade now. In your experience, how do you think people who have volunteered develop differently as leaders versus those who are not able to or have chosen not to volunteer in early part of their career? You're on mute.
Hello, am I audible now? Yeah. So, by the way, thanks. We just wanted to continue with the point with Abhishek ji just mentioned about maybe curating some system around and kind of tapping the efforts of the people who have volunteered. So that could be in urban areas as well as rural areas, or across various focus areas as well, whether health, education, environment, and others as well. So why I'm coming to this point is, when you're talking about this system actually helps in acknowledging and recognizing efforts of the employees as well, or rather the people who contribute. Because obviously various organizations have different ways of driving the volunteerism mechanism. However, it always helps when you kind of promote it as a volunteering initiative only, and rather don't incentivize it. The only thing here is when you see an employee who is contributing wholeheartedly at his workplace, similarly contributing very effectively and creating an impact in the outside community, and which also kind of gets substantiated by a system, then these are the people who are actually looked upon as future leaders, because these people have the competencies, knowledge at the workplace, and also have this extra additional leadership skills, communication skills, which they would have developed from the community as well. So, in our organization, we have, various processes where we kind of, maybe red flag such individuals whom we feel are doing pretty good. And obviously, the systems also show us. So that's how we can, identify such leaders and, maybe give them a platform to further get elevated within the organization as well. So that's how I would look at, recognizing and acknowledging their efforts.
Thank you, Mehul. Rajan, coming to you, very early on, you mentioned about the Infosys work in developing the National Volunteering Grid, and the whole idea around creating that kind of a public platform was for people to sort of log in what they're doing, find other community members also who are working in it. You're a leader in future generation technologies. Your companies do massive amount of work in leading India's gaming, VR, AR development. How do you think gamifying or creating a gaming environment for volunteering systems can actually allow more interactive involvement by people from all walks of life with volunteering and measuring their activity, finding people across length and breadth of the country or across the world to do what they are trying to do?
Thanks, Bhairavi, for that question. That question keeps playing up in my mind too, right? Because I think there is a need for us to see mass engagement and, mass engagement from Gen Zs, from young people, and really what makes them tick. I think recognition, as a tool for any activity like that, and of course there is the goodness attached to it, there is impact attached to it, there's a way to measure it, always works very well. So rewards, recognition, and gamification really provides a methodology to create leaderboards for certain type of tasks that get completed. I think Abhishek was also talking about finding ways in which we can even use the Mygov platform to do many of these kinds of things, and that will then recognize people, maybe give them I would even go to the extent of giving a tax break if there's a way to validate, the volunteering exercise or effort that has been done. Maybe nominal, but I think financial incentive, creating recognition, creating rewards, are great ways to do this. One thing we have seen in future technologies and of course gamification, that through the pandemic, social platforms actually where people in the Gen Zs have made most amount of friends when they are playing games together. Families have bonded around, Ludo and games to, do digitally and things like that. So it also becomes a very interesting way in which we can bring certain types of tasks or missions that we would like to get accomplished, maybe at a district level, at a national level, get young people to come in to really make that happen. I always give this example, but it's very interesting when one looks at it. One of the most successful startups out of Israel was a company called Waze, which we know was acquired by Google, way back, and it had zero revenue. But what what Waze had done was there were 300,000 people around the world who owned different pieces of the world, and they had come in a gamification manner, and their job was that we will map every road and every street, in that location that is given to me. So if I am from, say, Pune, and in a particular area like Koregaon Park and Kalyani Nagar, I will go and just map all the roads and just put it out there, right? Now that would be the best way for a person to find the most effective, traffic route to be able to go from one point to the other. It threatened Google Maps so much that they just went and acquired the company and kept the team there. It was just a bunch of volunteers, gamified, trying to, just map the world because the thrill of owning a particular area and being able to do something about it. I mean, it's a phenomenal example of something that, young people can come together and achieve. If there is a passion and a trigger and a competitive and element, to do that. And what was the purpose there was to solve, the traffic problem for the entire city, because I'll give you an alternate route based on, what is there. You add a new route and then you map it, right? So we can take specific initiatives, and therefore to my earlier comment, right, I think this is the time now for us. We've got a lot of learnings. There's a lot of advancement in technology, like what you said, creating virtual environments and seeing how those virtual environments will translate in the real world, using augmented reality to put the real world on top of new tools, to execute the best ways to solve problems in different areas, are all capabilities that we can use, very, very well to make it happen. And to Abhishek ji, of validation of the work done, blockchain style technology, which is now transparent, visible to all, can be a great, technology advancement, right? Even if we use AI on initiatives that are of importance, say to you, Bhairavi, right? We know from the aspects or 3 things that you've done in your career, you would be more inclined towards this activity. And if I throw that in front of you at the right time, you're probably most likely to go and volunteer. So we can use all types of technologies very interestingly if we are, aligned around this one effort. So, as I said, I'm a firm believer that our time has come, and we really need to find a way to, strengthen the resolve that even our Honorable Prime Minister has, that corporate India is invested in, that so many trusts, NGOs and others are also, pursuing. And I think we can really demonstrate to the world what it really means to volunteer, in a manner that also enshrines that, what we always talk of Vasudeva Kutumbakam, the world is one, and how do you really use the power of each individual to make that change? I think it's a great opportunity for us to showcase that as a country as we move forward. Thanks.
Absolutely. I mean, I just want to say that thank you, Abhishek, for pointing out that, volunteering has been happening in India for a very, very long time. And, our job would be, Rajan, to use technology to bring more intelligent opportunities of volunteering to people that match their interests, match their passions. And Mehul, like you pointed out, connected to their own development, their own personal journey. And when you do that, then it is a part of their life. What you're saying, Abhishek, what happens in Nagaland or what happens in Mizoram, where it becomes part of society, but becomes part of a way of life, to do seva and recognition. Yes, of course, we come from a country where Nishkam seva is, Nishkam karm is part of our ethos, but recognition helps because it helps you to motivate other people. It also helps you to keep your own motivation ahead. And therefore, it's not out of any kind of aggregation of ego, but it is to sort of motivate a large number of people socially to join into doing work for nation building. I heard the Prime Minister yesterday, an Honorable Prime Minister talked about, pro-planet people, and he talked about lifestyle for environment, and none of these visions for the country and for the world can get accomplished without significant volunteering pro bono activities. So I'm hoping that what vision and ideas you've given today, Abhishek, of coming together and developing some kind of a recognition mechanism where you at Mygov, India at 75, and organizations like TCS and all of us can join hands to now take this to the next level. And Rajan, before we close, I want to thank everyone at India at 75. So in the bargain, thank myself. But, everyone at India at 75 to have kept the faith. And to you, Abhishek, in the government, because what you have done with Mygov is you have broken boundaries. And there are so many people who are so proud that they can now contribute and their voices are heard. And I think from here, we can only go to the next frontier. So I'm going to give both of you, Abhishek, you first, and then Rajan, the last words for setting the India at 100 goalposts for institutionalizing volunteering. So you, Abhishek, first, and then Rajan, to you.
See, I would say that what we should do is that based on what we have discussed, if we can set up this mechanism for setting up this tech platform and that setting of it can itself be an example of volunteerism when we get volunteers from industry to work with Mygov or the government and enable that. And we should target maybe 10 million volunteers joining the platform in the next 2 years or something like that. If we have that kind of vision and that kind of mandate, then we'll be able to work towards that.
Thank you. Rajan? Last words to you.
No, I think, absolutely right. I think it's the absolute opportune time for all of us to come together. We can set up a working group. Abhishek ji, whatever you feel is the right structure, right way. We are happy to, see how we can do this. And I still feel, the symbolism of a National Volunteering Day, followed by a National Volunteering Week, like we have a National Youth Day followed by a Youth Week. Now we have the India Startup Day, that got announced, Can we really look at, a National Volunteering Day, a Bharatiya Shramdan Divas, however we want to address it, something that really takes this to a notch above, and maybe my request to you, Abhishek, would be to see if, with government, there's a way for us to champion something like that. Because I think whatever we say, these kinds of movements really institutionalize the process, over a period of time. And I think it will only get steam. And we've seen that happen, in this journey, over 9 years. This is our 9th National Volunteering Week that today we are all a part of. And, every year we have seen, small progress, but, in the right direction. So if we can accelerate that through some of these initiatives, that would be great. But again, Bhairavi, thanks for giving us this opportunity and really doing a great job. You are such a strong, integral part of this whole ecosystem. So we look forward to being able to do all of this together.
Well, thank you so much. And thank you, everyone. Thank you, Abhishek, Rajan, Mehul, and everybody else who joined us on this session, and the CI digital team for an excellent tech support. And here's to more and more volunteering. And I hope to be alive at India at 100 to see every single Indian call volunteering. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rajan. Thank you, Mehul.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Abhishek. Bye, Mehul.
Bye, 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 Ravi.
Hello, Mr. Abhimanyu.
Good afternoon, Smita.
Hey, Abhimanyu, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes. Am I clear?
Yes.
Yes, you are clear. Yes, you are clear. Yeah.
Just switching on.
Yeah, good afternoon, Tanu. I think hello. Good afternoon, Mr. Venkat.
Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Moody. How are you?
Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, I can.
Can I try sharing a PPT? Let's see how it works.
Yes, absolutely.
Please.
Can you see the presentation?
Yes, yes, we can.
Yes.
Let me run full screen mode and check out once.
Sorry.
So are you able to see the full screen?
Yes, we can. It's
Yes.
Okay. I think I'm all set. Thank you.
Perfect. Wonderful. Tanu's here on the phone, right?
Yes, I am there, Ms. Smita.
Hi, Tanu. Are we
Hi.
running out of time? So we will start pretty much at 3:15.
Yes, we start sharp at 3:15. I'll just check with Mr. Kiran, and I think rest all speakers are there.
Right.
Thank you.
Of course. So Abhimanyu, do you also have a presentation?
No, I don't have any presentation.
Okay, all right. So I think we'll just follow the session flow. I'll ask Mr. Murthy to speak first, and then we'll ask Kiran, and then you.
Yeah.
And we'll see if you have any questions.
Should I stop sharing now? Because in the beginning you will be doing the introduction, right?
Yes, yes, that'll be great.
Okay.
Ms. Smita, Mr. Kiran will be joining shortly. He's logging in.
Okay, perfect.
So you are based in Delhi or
I'm actually in Lucknow.
Lucknow? Okay.
Yes. And where are you?
I'm in Bangalore.
Oh, okay, wonderful. So Bangalore, I think, is wonderful right now. Lucknow is freezing pretty much.
That's true.
Hi, Kiran. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Smita.
Good afternoon, Kiran.
Namaste,
Mr.
Venkatesh.
Kiran.
Namaste, namaste.
Long time, good to see you after a long time.
Yeah, I think we are catching year to year.
Yeah. In some conferences,
At least these are the opportunities I'm sure that are bringing you all together. So
Yes.
yeah.
So, Mr. Venkat, you are based out of Bangalore, correct?
Yes, I'm from Bangalore.
Okay, that's great.
How about you, Abhimanyu? Delhi? Or?
Yeah, I know. No, I am based out of Bangalore only.
Bangalore only. Okay.
Yes.
Wonderful. I think I'm the only one in the north.
Yes.
I'm based out currently Delhi, but I'm from Bangalore.
In fact, Kiranji was Youth for Seva Trust first president when we formed Youth for Seva. So he was the president of our trust.
That's amazing. But it's quite cold in Delhi. Is it not, Kiranji?
Yeah, it's pretty cold.
Because now whoever, participating, you meet in Delhi mainly through video conference, you can, make out from the clothing itself.
But how is COVID? Is it on the decline in Delhi or?
Delhi is declining.
In Bangalore, it's peaking right now.
Yeah, I think
I just finished quarantine yesterday.
Delhi was 18,000 new positive, and people who came out of COVID was 21,000.
Okay, good. Okay. I was positive yesterday. I completed the quarantine.
But not many side effects, right, Venkatesh?
Not much. This time, I think it's been much milder. So I had body ache, fever, and sore throat for about 4 days. But afterwards, it's been fine now.
Right.
That's great.
Actual numbers we will not know because all the governments are saying don't get it tested. You take quarantine and take medication.
Yes.
I am sure the actual number will be 10 times or more. Going by, because when I look at my colleagues in France, in fact, the other European nations, okay, because I think they were testing more, okay, but here I think this time, and whatever the numbers which are coming, seeing it is mostly from cities, rural areas, hardly people go,
I think we are pretty much, we can start the session. So,
yes.
Tanu, would you let us know when we go live, and should we just start now?
We are good to start. We are live from now. Yeah, we can start.
Thank you so much. And thank you, everyone. It's really a pleasure, I think, for all of us to be here today. It's been a wonderful, wonderful morning today. And I think we're at the start of the National Volunteering Week. And I'd like to take this opportunity to welcome all of our esteemed panelists. And today we have a very, very interesting session on innovative volunteering to leverage the demographic dividend. The day so far has been extremely interesting. We've had some really wonderful sessions in the morning, and a lot of valuable insights have been shared on various aspects of youth volunteering. It is my honor to welcome our special panelists, the distinguished speakers, Mr. Venkatesh Murthy, who's the founder of Youth for Seva, Mr. Kiran DM from the ONGC Foundation, Mr. Abhimanyu Sahu, CEO of Schneider Electric Foundation, Mr. Venkat, Mr. Kiran, Abhimanyu, a very warm welcome to all three of you. And I hope all of you are staying safe and doing well in these times. We have this National Volunteering Week, which lies ahead of us. And because of that, this summit is a very, very important focal point and something that we are starting off. And as all of you know, India at 75 has been an initiative of CII that's been ongoing for many years. We started in 2009. And the idea of this mission is to catalyze India's development by the time India turned 75. And of course, we know that as a movement, this has been a really powerful movement that has brought together a lot of people and under a lot of different themes. And the two main mechanisms that were formed under this, one, the National Volunteering Grid, and this National Volunteering Week, which runs every year from January 18th to 24th. I mean, this week, generally the third week of January that we do, and which creates an online platform that connects volunteers to various causes and NGOs and brings together a multitude of stakeholders who can connect and collaborate together to build a better country. And I think all of us are aligned in this cause. As a country, India, of course, has a very, very strong demographic dividend. And 67.3% of our population is between 15 to 59 years of age. This definitely can be considered a very strong aspect of our country and something that we can really capitalize on, especially for the next 3 decades, because this will also form a large part of the workforce and the people who will mobilize the future of our nation. One of the greatest achievements that our country has achieved during this time is the dramatic rise in life expectancy, and we even have experts who predict that an average lifespan of 100 years may be possible by 2040. When we consider this, what is going to happen in the next 2 decades could be transformational. India is harnessing this demographic dividend, and it is triggering a virtuous cycle of growing workforce, higher disposable income, sustainable investment, and rapid growth. The volunteer demographics that we see are simply one aspect of understanding the motivation of volunteers. What we are going to try and examine during this session, and for this we possibly have the best set of people with us today who are going to be able to help us understand and guide us through this discussion, is that how we can use this strong demographic dividend that lies in our country, and also what are the forms of innovation that we can bring into the aspects of volunteering and mobilize this effort, so that if we can use this appropriately and consistently, this may prove to be the direction for marketing, maintaining, and more importantly, it will also provide a high level of returns to all the volunteers whom we engage through this. We feel that the age and the career functional aspects are always correlated, and the younger the volunteer is, the higher the career aspect of them could be, which basically represents an opportunity that we could design this volunteer program around career explorations or improving professional experiences. And we've seen this done across the world in many manners, and volunteering, especially by the youth, is something that has gained a lot of support in different countries, and also generally becomes one of the strongest impetus and strongest empowering forces in each of these nations. We know that most of the millennials today consider that an organization's commitment, they also want to assess what the commitment to the community is when they decide on job offers. This is something that's really heartening, because when a young person thinks that a company which is more socially conscious, which understands its obligations towards its society, is also potentially a better place, a workplace for them, that is something that's really heartening for us as a nation. And if we have a socially conscious workforce, this could be a huge asset for our country. And this is something that possibly is incumbent on all of us to ensure that we nurture this and we enable this as best as we can. So in today's discussion, the panel discussion that we have today on innovative volunteering, we will focus on trying to leverage this demographic dividend in a manner which is both innovative and appealing to the youth. And therefore, it will enable the young people in our country to get opportunities to engage with and solve developmental challenges, and give them skills at the same time which they can use in their professional spheres. I think when I consider a few aspects, and if I were to list down some of the main areas that we would focus on, as the title of our session goes in terms of innovation, the main first question, of course, that arises is of motivation. How can we use innovative ideas to ensure that the youth of this country are motivated towards it? The second should be possibly to focus on this being consistently done, not just something that is done as a one-time exercise, but is carried on and is almost imbibed as one aspect of your own personality and your own obligation. And the third is, of course, to deal with the times that we are in, whether it is with the pandemic or the challenges that a young person faces on a day-to-day basis. So there are a lot of opportunities now available in terms of innovation, technology, which will allow us even to work in these areas and become effective volunteers in spite of the challenges that are on. So without wasting any further time, I'd like to welcome our keynote speaker, Mr. Venkatesh Moody. Mr. Moody, we're really fortunate to have you here with us. Just a brief introduction. I know you don't need any. Mr. Moody is the founder of the National Organizing and the National Organizing Secretary of the Youth for Seva organization, an organization that is known for its work on volunteering. And after completing your BTech from KREC, Suratkal, you've been working for 15 years in the IT industry, both in the US and India. And apart from his professional engagements, Mr. Moody has been actively involved in many voluntary organizations in the US, like Seva International and Bal Gokulam. And he took off 2 years also to volunteer full-time in the West Indies. And he worked with children and the youth. And of course, since 2008, he's been working with the Youth for Seva. Mr. Moody, looking forward to hearing from you. Thank you.
Thanks, Smita. Thanks for this wonderful platform that India at 75 has created. The topic is very tempting because as an organization itself is about youth and seva. How do we leverage the massive youth power that we have? And so I'll quickly go through some of the experiences and also the opportunities and challenges that we have, because the challenges are important and both opportunities and challenges make us to think innovatively. How do we tap into these opportunities? I think demography, everybody talks about that India has the advantage. But if you look at the breakdown, if you break up this demography, what Smita talked about, more than 60%, it's predominantly this group of 15 to 24 and then 25 to 54, which is considered the productive age group, where they actually contribute a lot to the society at large. But I think we have to think innovatively about volunteering itself. When it comes to volunteering space, is this the most productive age or can we think beyond this? Because when we started Youth for Save also, I anticipated that college students and young professionals are the main targets. But eventually we realized a large group of educated women who are homemakers, they actually form the backbone in YFS today. Because which I had never anticipated when we started Youth for Seva. I think very highly educated women who were professionals, but after having kids, some of them have taken break. And now kids are going back to school and they have free time. That's a very potent volunteer group that we have been able to tap into at YFS. And similarly, those who are retiring, and many people in IT industry, especially they're financially stable at 50. So a lot of them are looking for more meaningful engagements and to leverage their experiences. I think these two segments also present huge opportunities in terms of impact. In terms of numbers, definitely it's the youth, it's the college students and the young professionals. But it's also like making palak sabji. When you buy palak, it looks very big. But when you make sabji, you get only a handful of it. And that's how volunteering has been. That especially when it comes to youth, a large chunk of large number of people will pour in. But how much you can actually convert it into productive group, and as you talked about consistency, how many of them become consistent volunteers? And so this is a challenge that we will look through. How do we manage that? So when you look at different segments, there are college students on one hand, and there are young professionals, there are educated homemakers, and there are about to retire or just retiring people, especially from knowledge industry. Because one distinction we need to make is, unlike the factory workers, where it was more labor force, and by the time they are retired, they are also exhausted. But in case of knowledge workers, they are at the peak of their performance when they are retiring. They are the executive directors, vice presidents, and they also want to leverage their experience. And as Smita already talked about, most of them are not going to die young. Today we all are going to live long. We may not be healthy, but we will live long. That's the way medical system is going to be built. But that's a very potent group, I would say, in terms of the leadership skills, the experience that they can bring into the social sector. In fact, at YFS today, our executive director, the head of corporate relations at national team, they all came from this background. They worked for 20 plus years in Fidelity, Wipro, Samsung, many of these companies in leadership positions. They were looking for more meaningful engagement and they have transitioned. So I'll quickly look at the characteristics of each of these groups so that we understand what does it take to really tap into the potential. When it comes to college students, first thing is about selfie. Whenever they go for volunteering, they need a selfie. But how do you convert this selfie volunteer into a selfless volunteer? That's a transition we need to make. And we don't have to, tell them don't take selfies, because they have to take selfies, and only when they share it becomes more fashionable, and more young people take to it. So it's a good thing that they actually make it a fashionable thing, as fashionable as going to a mall or a movie, right? It should become, good things should become fashionable. That's what I always believe in. But the expectation should be realistic. We should expect that this is the age where we sow the seed of compassion, sow the seed of social responsibility, but don't expect too much productive things, because a lot of them come for short-term internships today. And because there is a mandate also, as you are aware, AICT, which is the umbrella body for all the engineering colleges, they have mandated all the engineering students to put in at least 50 hours of volunteering. Now, this mandating and volunteering are paradoxical. They don't go together, but volunteering is mandated right now. And if you look at numbers, it's massive. There are more than 20 lakh engineering students alone. And in Karnataka, we have more than 1 lakh engineering students. We get so many calls from all these college students now that we want to do internships. We need credits for graduating from engineering college. And with the national education policy coming into implementation in the next 2-3 years, this will become a mandatory thing for all the degrees. It's not just engineering. So service learning is a mandated thing in the national education policy. So this is going to really pour in terms of the volunteers. But as I mentioned, a lot of them are short term. Many of them may not be motivated because it's already mandated. The moment you make it, moment you force somebody, there is no force in it. But it helps to sensitize. I feel that only first year they should make it mandatory, and the second, third year it should be completely voluntary. Then you can figure out who are the serious ones in that and really groom them into that. But we need very innovative short-term programs. That is where the challenge with the college student engagement, effective short-term engagements, and also the NGO should not look at it or get frustrated. As I mentioned, many of them are not very motivated, consistent. Look at it as sowing the seed. So if you have that expectation, I think you will not be disappointed. A lot of them will become your ambassadors when they get into different professional world. When it comes to working professionals, it's predominantly driven by IT industry, I would say, because this policy of employee volunteering, giving even a day off for volunteering is only in IT industry. Now it has come into a few other industries, especially Tata Group. We have partnered with Tata Group in the last year. They have been bringing this in all their companies. But I think it's still not a mainstream thing, I would say, in the manufacturing sector, pharma industry, and a lot of other companies. It's not at a policy. But even without the company policies, there are many young professionals who are registering on their own and volunteering. The good part of them is they're more professional. When they commit to something, they will do it mostly, and they're more consistent also. But again, the challenge is bringing together. When it comes to the corporate volunteering, we are all aware that the central government initiated Self for Society initiative about 3-4 years back, but it's almost dormant now. Because first year when Modi ji launched it, there was so much of fanfare around it. But afterwards, it completely went into dormancy, I would say. A lot needs to happen from the central government level if they can really bring together. And we were one of the NGO partners in Self for Society, and really had very high expectations that this is going to take off. But I think it's still not late. We need to create some, binding agency like this. Self for Society is a good initiative. And also the corporate should move out of just one day outing kind of thing, that it's like employee outing for a day. Instead, if they can take a particular causes, challenges, and each team may do only one day outing, but there can be a plan so that you actually work on an issue, and also collaborating with other companies so that the volunteer force can actually multiply, and there can be a plan in place. In fact, we are experimenting with few companies and also running volunteer development programs in Texas Instruments, Danske IT, KPIT, and many of these companies. We have identified serious volunteers and investing in their development so that we create champions within the companies. for volunteering. And homemakers, as I mentioned, they are the most productive, most consistent. If there are any volunteers in Youth for Seva who are there from the first year, it is this segment, I would say. From 2007, we have the volunteers who are homemakers. The advantage for them is that they give time on every day. Unlike professionals who are free only in the weekends, every day they can give 1 or 2 hours. Only thing is they want very hyper local projects, very close to their home. And once we design that kind of an activity, a very productive group that we have seen, and they bring a kind of family culture into the organization. They're very, when we assign college students to them, they mentor them very well because they're very affectionate when they deal with college students. And many times they feed them also when the students volunteer in their projects. And this is a very potent group, I would say, highly qualified women today looking for meaningful use of their time. And retired but not tired. So this is the group I was talking who can bring in a lot of leadership potential and their vast experience. Today, the knowledge workers are at the peak when they retire in terms of their ability, their competency, capacity. And we have leveraged, and many organizations have leveraged that. And they come for almost free because you cannot hire a young professional with this kind of skill sets. Whereas here, they're already financially stable and they're looking for more meaning in life. And in fact, we conduct regular workshops. It's called crossover from corporate to social sector. And the minimum qualification is 20 years experience. And every year we get about 100 people who attend in Bangalore. We did one in Hyderabad also. I think this will be the segment to look for in the next decade because all this working professionals, they're all going to retire in the next one decade, a big chunk of them. And they're all quite healthy, active, and very capable. We need to design ways and means to engage this particular segment. A proper orientation and leadership roles for them will be really helpful. Now, as I mentioned, because of the government mandate, the national education policy, and the corporate policies pushing more and more volunteers, it's really raining. But who is going to catch them? Who needs volunteers? We have very small buckets right now, and even those buckets are leaking. And so the potential, when you look at numbers, as I mentioned, 20 lakh engineering students, and if they bring in all degree students, it will be more than 1 crore. What do you do with them? Just to look at Karnataka, right? If 1 lakh engineering students have to spend 50 hours, 50 lakh hours, no NGO can engage. NGOs cannot meaningfully absorb this kind of volume. So this is where it's very important that the government systems open up. In fact, when I was volunteering in US, I used to volunteer with public libraries, in the public hospitals, and all these places have a volunteer manager in US. There is a volunteer manager in every hospital, in every library, and that is a missing link right now. So we need to really tap into this potential because government has huge gaps in the service delivery. And recently, last month, we had meetings with 3 state ministers in Karnataka, Ministry of Social Welfare, Women and Child Development, and Primary Education. And we have discussed the opportunities. For example, in case of disability, up to every panchayat, can we identify people who are disabled and ensure that all of them get the benefits? Because a lot of them don't even have their ID cards. And in Karnataka, the panchayat budget has to spend 5% for people with disability. How mostly, most of the panchayats don't do that. If you can create a volunteer called Divyang Mitra, right? Divyang Mitra. So attach one panchayat to a bunch of volunteers from a college, which is close to their college, and define the work. I think clearly defined work and providing the right resource material for the volunteers and a mechanism for them to report and track so that they see the results. Because otherwise, everybody goes and cleans the Connaught Place in Delhi. How many times you can clean? And these are all like, a lot of feel-good activities. But if you really align with the government programs, like Ayushman cards, how many people have it actually? Okay, every week we get calls from Kidwai Hospital, Nimans Hospital that they need money for surgery. If at all they had Ayushman card, it would have been fully free. But they don't know how to enroll. And this is where there are umpteen opportunities in the government. And it's time that we all put pressure on the government to open up the departments to create volunteering opportunities. And this is my last slide, because some of the opportunities for innovation here is the government itself, where the corporate sector can help them with innovation. But ultimately, the opportunities are in government, and only government can engage volunteers up to panchayat level. Otherwise, NGOs are all metro centric, where there is fund. Funds are in metros, and all NGOs are in metros. Very few NGOs work at panchayat level, right? Whereas government systems are present up to panchayat level. So if we can have a mechanism, which we are planning to pilot in Karnataka with the 3 departments, as I mentioned, where we geographically map all of them in the Google map. For example, in the Social Welfare Ministry, where are all the backward community hostels? Where are all the girls' residential schools for backward communities? And what are their needs? Soft skills training, or employability skills mentoring, karate training we are giving for girls in the residential schools. So list down the geographical location and the volunteering opportunities, and then throw this open to the college students and young professionals who can volunteer. I think technology definitely is needed to collate all this data together and as an enabling platform, but technology alone will not solve the problem. Technology is a small piece in it, I would say. First thing is the willingness of the government to engage the community, because we all talk about participatory democracy, but you don't see it in action. And volunteering is the best way where you can really make it participatory and design programs. Program design is another important innovation area, I would say, based on the duration. For college students, 15 days internship, 1 month internship. For corporate volunteers, 1 full day events. But for many teams in the corporates, a weekend volunteering, homemakers, like that, design the programs in alignment with the government priorities, government schemes, and also a platform like Self for Society, like India at 75, which can bring the corporates together around particular causes, particular issues. That way, volunteering is not just a checkbox activity, but rather it can solve the problems. So this is a brief context, in which we need to think about innovation, looking at different segments, opportunities. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moody. I think that was very, very informative and interesting. I think what you said very rightly, possibly different motivations for different groups of people. And again, it's extremely important that we also find the right kind of volunteering role for each one of these different people, because obviously the use of what you can do with a retired professional with that level of knowledge and expertise has to be different from what a young college student will be looking for. And of course, we know that the government often uses volunteers sometimes. A large amount of volunteering effort we saw around COVID when we were running all these resource centers. But I'm sure there's so much more, and I think your ideas were wonderful. We really need to delve deeper into these. I'd like to now invite our next speaker, our next panelist for this session, Mr. Kiran, who's the CEO of the ONGC Foundation. He has over 20 years of rich and versatile experience in both IT and non-IT industries, and a history of working in human resources and operations, I think, which will be very relevant for us to understand, from the perspective of volunteering and general management and corporate strategy. Mr. Kiran possesses a proven track record as a generalist and a specialist with precision in all functions of HR. And it's our extreme pleasure to invite you to speak and help us understand more aspects about volunteering and innovation in itself. Thank you.
Thank you, Sumta, and Venkatesh, it was wonderful going back to the points you have made, and I was able to recollect and reconnect with many of those things. If you look at volunteering, I would want to, the landscape, I would want to divide into in a different way. For example, if you look at, there are some system-driven volunteering opportunities, which is like NSS, your Unat Bharat, and credit system, which is there in the colleges and things. So these are all I would call the system-driven volunteering opportunities, which are already existing. It is there from so many years, and every time there is a new leader who is willing to give that a new vision, things are going to be a little more pragmatic. But there is also something called community-driven volunteering, which is also happening from many years. For example, whether it is Seva Bharati, whether it is Vanvasi Kalyan Ashram, Think India, Students for Development, and even I would say even pitching like organizations like Rotary Lions and Round Tables. These are all community-driven organizations which have been doing volunteering consistently for many years. And these are passion, I would say many of these are passion-driven organizations. They have some passion to work in the specified chosen area. Now, the third category is the platform-based volunteering, which I would say Youth for Seva is one of them. CII is 75, India at 75 initiative of the volunteering week. Even I would say Teach India, and these kind of platforms are platform-driven volunteering. Now, each of these has its own limitations and its own, I would say, the positive impact which it will create. But today, if you look at how do we collaborate, I think the missing link is the collaboration. Each of us are working in our own wells, and we feel this is the fantastic job we are doing, and I really believe that there is a lot of volunteering effort which is happening, which is giving a lot of good results, impact. And there are also a lot of change makers who have come because of this volunteering effort. Youth for Seva itself, we had a lot of volunteers who left their jobs and became full-time volunteers. Shiv Ganga is one other example where every year there are at least some 10 to 12 IITians who go there and give their 2-3 years of their time working with the tribals. In Jabuha district in Madhya Pradesh, they are spending time giving their prime time because they went there for a program called Alma. So this is a kind of an engagement that they did, and it is showing results. Now, these are all, I would say, kind of anecdotal examples we can keep giving. There are a huge number of anecdotal examples which are good and happening. But if you really want to convert the entire, I would say even 10% of the demographic dividend, what we are talking into real volunteering, we need to look at it completely from a different perspective. The perspective is, okay, now if you look at majority of the volunteering activities are happening in cities and B class towns. It is not going below that. So one important aspect we need to understand is, I'm not saying cities doesn't require volunteering effort, but it is sometimes overfilled. You go to the same government school. I was in a part of one discussion with government officials in the ministry. They were telling, Nene, I think we need to somehow stop this volunteering business of volunteers coming and teaching children, because every week somebody comes and they are actually confusing the children because there is no pedagogy for them. They are not taught how to teach, and teachers are getting very problematic for teachers because they are unable to correct every time. So what I'm trying to say is, unless there is this glue that is attached properly from both the sides, systemic side also, we need to have this kind of volunteering engagement models wherein we know, like for example, if you say, why should government employ so many people? They can always employ, for me, I would look at like this, maybe to start with, government will reduce 20% or they will not take 20% employment, but they will provide 20% volunteering opportunities. 80% is still there. They are anchoring the whole thing. And these people come there, whether it is for a day, for a week, they spend time and they work. Slowly, this has to change, wherein we get into a mode of possibly 40, 60 kind of an scenario, because we have that much of youth power. And like Venkatesh Murthy said, not only youth, even people who are 60 plus, I find so many of them. ONGC being a public sector company, volunteering is not part of our culture as of now. But in many cases, whenever there has been disasters and things, the ONGC employees have been forefront and they were doing a lot of service. But that is not volunteering. That is actually a reactive kind of a thing. All of us would want to do that. But today, what we are trying to do in ONGC is, like, we are trying to create a fellowship program wherein every of our asset where the colony is there, the office is there, there will be a fellow whose job is to only engage volunteers, employee volunteer. His job is that, his focus is that, and he will work with interns. When I'm talking about intern, local college students will be again enrolled into this program, wherein you are also creating an opportunity for the local college students. And the major advantage for a company like ONGC is most of the time we are based out of areas where nobody can reach. We are there in Jorhat, we are there in Mehsana, we are there in Jaisalmer, we are there in parts of Tripura. Nobody generally goes to volunteer. So we are spread over across those kind of areas. We are there in 18 states, but we are trying to see as an organization, how can we look at creating this long-term engagements? Because it is not that one day you go and do some distribution and come back. The volunteering for me is not giving something. It is actually working, understanding, being part of the community first. Unless you believe that I am part of the community, you cannot really give them anything. And the first few days or first few hours of engagement, it is more volunteers get rather than the community getting. It's always that way, because when I go there to volunteer, when I go to, I'm understanding, I'm learning, I'm doing a lot of things for my own self. And only when I get that connect, that is when I start giving back. And many a time before the connect happens, we end the program. So it's very important that there has to be a long-term engagement models. And these models have to be done in such a way that, for example, again, let us look at corporates. If corporate volunteering is going to take place, they have to decide we are going to be in this particular area, whether it is geographical or thematic, that we will be there for next 5 years. It is not giving CSR funds, but I am going to give my employees time. So we will create a plan so that even SMEs, small and medium sector businesses can definitely do more in terms of rural engagement, because they are there and they can anchor. See, the whole point is now, how do you connect these dots? Unnat Bharat program of HRD ministry is a fantastic example of volunteering, because here the engineering college students take 5 villages in their college vicinity, and they work continuously for 3 to 4 years. They are solving the problem by giving technical and technological solutions. If you, I've been part of that review process, and I have seen the kind of projects these youngsters have done, which has changed the lifestyle of many villages. So, but who will connect this? Because it has to be a continuous program. If I take a particular block, if there are about 100 plus schools, how do we engage with them on a continuous basis? It may not be the same people, but can we modelize? Can we modelize so that I am a maths person, so I will go and teach maths, and I will teach only this particular kind of, I won't teach a chapter, because that is the part of the school teachers program. But what I will teach is, I will teach how do you learn from the concept and put it into day-to-day use. Those are the kind of modules we need to create, and we'll have to take this. But majorly, I would say it is the connecting the dots. Corporate has a big role to play. Educational institutions have a big role to play, and the ground connecting NGOs there and the government. These are 4 stakeholders. I would say that together we need to work, and organization like CII can definitely give that kind of a platform. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kiranji. I think very, very important aspects that you touched upon. And you also brought in the aspect of CSR and the role of corporates. And I think very rightly said by you, a lot of corporates, rather than just contribution in way of funds, it is more important for them to be able to contribute in terms of the time of their staff and executives, and also with a long-term commitment. So just the idea of doing one time or small tenure volunteering will not be effective when entire projects are taken up. So amazing insight there, and thank you so much for sharing this with us. I'd like to now welcome Mr. Abhimanyu Sahu, who's the Chief Operating Officer of Schneider Electric India Foundation. Mr. Sahu, we're really fortunate to have you here with us today. And in the interest of time, I'm just going to very briefly say that you are, of course, a well-known business leader with over 20 years of experience in the electrical industry. And what's also very noteworthy, along with all of your other achievements, is that you also created the Schneider Electric India Foundation and built the CSR vision for the company. And the company is now, of course, well known for its CSR program with over 150,000 underprivileged youth who've been trained under Schneider Electric India Foundation, and over 45,000 unelectrified households which have been electrified by the rural electrification program that you initiated. Very fortunate to have you here with us, Abhimanyu ji, and over to you. Thank you.
Thank you. So again, I think Mr. Venkatesh, and Mr. Kiran has already, covered most of the, aspects of volunteering. So I will just focus on few things, few points, how, in fact, we can bring technology, or how can we promote, the volunteering among, the millennials, okay, or the young professionals, okay. And I will just share our experience, my experience in our organization, okay. So we are promoting volunteering among our employees, and we have a program called Schneider Electric Teachers. So the idea is to encourage the professionals to volunteer in the training centers, which are, which we have close to 300 such training centers, okay, and where we are providing vocational training, okay. But these are in very remote areas in the in cities also, okay. But the biggest challenge what we face is we have good teachers, we have good trainers, but they are not familiar or experts in the technology. Correct, okay. Whereas we have the professionals, starting from R&D professionals, manufacturing experts, or let's say application engineers, okay. They don't, they have the expertise, but now how we can take them to the training centers so that they can share their knowledge and experience with this youth, okay. So that's the reason we have this program, what I called Schneider Electric Teachers Program, where we post these missions in a particular training center. For example, we have some training centers in remote like Northeast. And what we do is, okay, we say that in this training center, we require some volunteers, okay, who can go for, let's say, 15 days and take the sessions or teach the students on a particular topic. And then, our employees, whether from the local officers and even, from other from cities, and even what we have seen is even people from other countries also apply for those missions and then go and share their knowledge and experience, for 10 days, 15 days, or even it could be as short as 2-3 days. And that has really helped us to promote volunteering, and among all our employees, okay. So that is one aspect, and we see that every year close to 300 missions or 300 employees, take part in these volunteering missions. Okay, so the idea is, I think it is just not having a technology platform. We need to be very clear, clearly mention, what is the kind of volunteering, what is the expertise they need to have, so that they understand the impact of their volunteering activities. I think that's very, very important, because today what everybody is looking is, okay, how can I impact, or how my volunteering will impact the life of others, or how it will be more meaningful, okay. So until unless we have clearly defined those missions of volunteering, I think, it will not be successful. So that is one. And then I think, as Mr. Venkatesh has said, there are many opportunities. Today most of the volunteering happens in the cities. But if you go to panchayats, if you go to rural areas, hardly any people, from the cities goes and do the volunteering activities. Now, how can you do that? I think that is where I feel the corporates can play a big role, and even like, in collaboration with NGOs, where again, you leverage the technology platform, post those volunteering opportunities, and which could be promoted in the organizations, okay, so that, more of this, corporate employees can participate in those volunteering missions. Yeah, I think that's what I see is, I think that is how we can leverage, like, the talents, the skills of the corporates, like, employees, okay, for the volunteering missions or for the development of the society.
Thank you so much, Abhimanyu. And I think what is very heartening from this discussion here today is the fact that we are actually talking about the fact that the volunteers need to be mapped to the right kind of jobs, the right kind of, rather than actually saying that there is a dearth of volunteers. We are very fortunate as a country to have this huge force of volunteers, whether, as we thought earlier, it is only the youth, or even like Venkatesh ji pointed out, there's lots of different genres of people who are very, very able volunteers and who can work in different aspects. I think the job and the innovation really is required in ensuring that the volunteers are mapped to the right kind of roles, and possibly the role that the government, the corporates, and of course organizations like India at initiatives like India at 75 and organizations like CII have to play, is to ensure that we can leverage this entire force of volunteering that we have, and this kind of willingness to volunteer. As a country, we should be proud of the fact that there are so many people who are willing to give their time, resource, energy to this. And if we can do that ably, I think like Kiranji suggested, even a large force of the government also, that's a huge number to say that a certain percentage of work that is being done in the public sector could even be accomplished through volunteering. And that will be absolutely wonderful. It's been a great session, and I think I hope all our audience have enjoyed this as much as I have, and there's some really great takeaways. And I'd like to thank all our panelists, Venkatesh ji, Kiran ji, Abhimanyu ji, thank you so much for these wonderful insights that you've provided us, and the discussion has been absolutely great. I'd also like to thank the entire team at India at 75 and the Secretariat from CII, which has really put together a wonderful summit, and we have a great week to look forward to in the National Volunteering Week. And of course, this is just an example of what we can do if we put our mind to it. And as a country, we all can put this together, and this should be a consistent, ongoing effort. Thank you so much to all of you for your time, and wishing you a wonderful week ahead. Thank you, sir.
Thanks, Smita. Thanks, Kiran ji and Abhimanyu ji.
Thank you.
Thank you all.